Hey Jeff, how you doing, buddy? You good? Thanks for joining the stream, mate. So we'll do a ride in a minute because I have pretty much finished the swinging mine train now. So I was just literally having a little walk around. And I thought I might as well start the stream. What I should have done was start the stream when I started building. But yeah. So I thought we'd just have a little ride on this. And then go from there, really. Good man. Enjoying your time off, mate. Hey Maud, how you doing, dude? You good? Hope you're having a good day. Maybe this will, Jeff. Glad you are, Maud. All good, my friend. Good. So, I'll show you what I've done now. So basically, we have now finished, pretty much, the runaway mine... not runaway mine train. Swinging mine train. So, what we'll do, we'll open it up. Get a peek. Go for a ride, guys. There's any coming this way? Where are you? There you go. Thing find in the bin. Head into Little Dragon. Interesting. Surely someone wants to go on it. He's going. Clips of water. Oh, dearie me. Dragon. I did open this, didn't I? Yes. Come on, somebody. Someone do me a favour. Hey MP, how you doing, buddy? You good? There we are. Pause. Thank you. Okay. Enjoy, guys. This is now finished. So, it only took about an hour offline. It's amazing what you get done when you're not chatting away. As far as I'm aware, it all works fine. I've just put a little bit of pink light in there, some shrubbery, and just one lantern as the track crosses over. It just gives it quite a nice effect. Nothing major in there, but too tight a space to do anything, if you know what I mean. So it's basically just kind of getting that rock work to pop, which I think it does. Pick out the views as we walk around the queue. comes. And whoosh. What cool view. Should see that come into the brake run, I hope. There it comes. Is it coming? No. No. Oh well. Dragon in the background blowing flame. And seeing blue go through. Wicked. Oh, there's so many sight lines in this park. I've finished trimming up this building as well. That's now done. Just added a couple of beam supports at each end. Just literally there, you see them on the angle. On both ends, these bits just here. And just finished a bit of work off. I missed a piece of building on the exterior, so fix that. So we are into pretty much final details. And I was just clicking away inside the cave to Big Thunder. Got a bit of an idea of how I'm going to do that. So we'll see. Oh look, we're having a little bit of a duel. Enjoy, guys. There you go. Done. Finished. Not much to it. It doesn't really pop that much. You know what I mean? I've tried not to glow it up, should we say. It's just nice and subtle. But it's literally all done now. I think this bit looks quite nice, especially when you come around it twice. Kind of one light for two areas, if you know what I mean. It's a bit dark down the bottom here, but I kind of like it like that. Don't know if you guys can see that well. But basically you just got this pink hue going through with just some foliage, basically. There's no clipping as far as I'm aware. So it's all done, literally all rocked up and all finished, pretty much. That's all done now. Another big box ticked, guys. So yeah, I was working on Big Thunder when I decided to click the stream. So, where are we? So basically what I thought was take certain sections of the ground out and do like a structure, basically, on certain areas of the track. So where we got it here comes in, and then obviously that's going to go through the supports, and then you're going to go over them. But you'll get to see it as you come down here as well. So I'm just a bit unsure really what to do. And this plus Space Mountain and the, where is it, mine shaft, wherever it is. Where is it? Are the last bits to do, guys. Plus signage and final checks. So, I really don't know what to do down here, if I'm perfectly honest with you. I know we need to rock it out, so let's just get that done. Well, it's better than what it was anyway. This is mine shaft gone. What on earth? Don't know what else to do in here, guys, to be perfectly honest with you. Obviously I've got to light it. I'll just do that with the lamps and the rope. So if we do that, we'll give it some form of look, I guess. Not really. You only have treasure chests for the pirates more than anything. Right. We could get a decent view. We'll be able to blooming see what it's like. Makes a lot more sense now. Now that they're covered up as well, that's all sorted. Just need to do something with this, I guess. Hey Phantom, how you doing, buddy? You good? There we go. I think that works. Good, man. Glad you're all good. Thanks for joining the stream, guys, as always. Hey there, nature. Are this game good download at website unofficial? I'm not sure what you mean by that, my friend. Works anyway. I think that'll do. I don't think there's much more else you can really do with that. When it is just the mine shaft, so I think it's quite cool. Does the job. Right. Okay, so that's that now done. All lit up, all ready to go. So we just got this bit of track and in here to sort out. That is it, done. And then Space Mountain. What I do need to, excuse me, I do need to put some foliage around here actually. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, guys. You have shops and you have workers. Yeah, you got security guards, mechanics, cleaners, and caricatures, which are here, if that's what you mean, my friend. So similar, yes. They don't mow the lawns and stuff like that like they used to on theme park. But anyone remembers that? Oh, yes then. Sorry, no, yes, you're remembering what I was saying. Sorry, forget me, ignore me. Thank you, appreciated. So yeah, the fantasy speed build was this building just here. There you go. I appreciate your time. Thank you, nature. But yeah, that was the building I did for you. As you can see it in place now, it kind of works really, really well with all the foliage around. I haven't actually changed anything apart from added this sign, I think. Excuse me. And I think what I did after the video was just pulled this forwards and sunk this back a little bit more. Just give it a little more depth. Yeah, I think that's about it really. But yeah, works really well with the other fantasy buildings. And don't worry, I used to play RTC all the time when I was growing up. It's a good benchmark. This just takes it to the next level, basically. Or I think the only level at the moment. I don't think there's much else out there that really compares. Park Beyond just doesn't touch it, as far as I'm concerned. But everyone's their own. What do you do? Dog's going bat crap again. Oh, forcing his head into the floor, dragging himself along. Arse. Comes to mind. There we go. Didn't need to do much. Maybe I better do something around here. I better finish this rock work off, actually. It's never done, guys. Never done. And I bet you any money that even when people do the reviews, I'll sit there in the evenings and I'll go, should have done that, should have done that bit, missed that bit, missed that bit. And it's just insane. It happened a couple of times in Thunderland, if I'm honest with you. You can build majority of the coasters when you just buy the game. There are DLCs, which I think includes some coasters, but majority are. But flat rides, there's a lot more flat rides with all the DLC. I struggle with those questions because it's been such a long time since I purchased it. I haven't got a clue what's what and what goes where, etc. So when people say what DLCs you got, I got all of them. It's the easiest way to say it, you know. And the problem is when people say, "Oh, what's that from?" It's like, well, I don't know. I think that's looking pretty good now. Yeah, it just adds so much more depth. Just add a little bit of foliage, not too much, because if you do too much, it then looks a bit wrong. Just in between the rock work, a couple of cacti. Actually, let's put some small ones in. Yeah, the monsters one isn't much, to be honest with you. More for the cars and the go-karts. You can change the go-karts into the monster carts, if I remember rightly. So I can select it. Where are we? Try and remember how you do it. That one. There we go. So you can have the monsters cars, which are quite cool. They're funky. They look good at night time. And then same with the Night Rider ones are quite cool as well. They're all the same. That's the issue. They're all black. I like the way Kit's lights going through. I think that's well cool. I don't mean to sound rude at all. I just genuinely don't. How can I put it? Because I have everything, and once I've got everything, you kind of switch off to it, if you know what I mean, in the most politest way. But I do love the Back to the Future ones. I think they're so cool. They do look like they're flying around. I think that's such a good little idea. But yeah, we'll just go with the normal ones for the moment. There we go. Yeah, and I think monsters, you just got the couple of cars, if I remember rightly. Oh, and the shooting bats thing. Trying to remember what it is. Is it cannon? Is it this? Or is it that one? This one. The monsters cannon. So if I remember correctly, it blows out like bat wings, but as leaves, like confetti. That's quite cool. I wonder if I can put that anywhere in the thingy. what's it called? Haunted Mansion. But yeah, the only thing I'll say is get all of them, and the only reason being is maybe over time, wait till they're in the sale, because when they're in the sale, some of them are like 59p or 75 cents, something like that. But yeah, start small and then grow. It's taken me 5 years to get to where I am here with this park today. Just with getting to know the game, how it runs, what you can do with it, how you can manipulate pieces, and all sorts, really. But that looks so much better now. That's just got a little bit of foliage on there. That's all good. This is now done. So we literally got 2 pieces left to finish. This area and this little bit in here. And that's it. It's done. Pretty much. I'm just wondering if I could put those paper bats anywhere. I'm just wondering. There's nowhere really in here that you could. Just trying to think. You got a graveyard. No, the Slimer bit doesn't really work. The hall bit doesn't work. The bit coming down to the church. No, it just doesn't. I don't think there's anywhere. I think that's kind of why I left them out, if I'm honest. But yeah, this is now fully complete. So we'll have a quick day ride. Had it open. So there you go, guys. That's the swinging mine train. All finished. And I've done a couple more supports in here just to give it a little bit more depth. Just these supporting beams to the entrance and exit rate, basically. Tidied a couple of bits up, and that is pretty much done. So I hope you guys agree that that's kind of finished. The only one thing I was thinking, and I was thinking it when I built it originally, was having this flip the other way so that the cars swing outward. The only downside is I then got to remove all this and do it the opposite way. I just thought it'd make it feel maybe a little bit more exciting. I don't know. Like have it just come out over the water. I mean, we could. Oh, don't tell me I haven't. I haven't, have I? Oh, right, I'll tell you what we'll do. Let's just put all this together. I just thought it'd be pretty cool, like swinging out over the water, maybe. Gives it another dimension, doesn't it? Shouldn't be too much piece count. Stick all that together. Literally put that there. This. You guys think? Is it better that way or the other way? Guys, are you there? Leave it this way. I think it works. It kind of feels like you're going along. I think the only thing we need to do is just... Oh, it is leveled off, pretty much. I think it works. just takes so long for it to swing back in, if you know what I mean. I don't know. It works, I guess. So, right. Get rid of this then. And I've got to figure out how I'm going to do this. Or do we just save 56 pieces and just have bits of wood popping up into this? Right. Get it? Cool. Decided. We'll keep it in then. Cheers, guys. Why does this look like it's just totally wrong? Because it is, that's why. Here we go, just simple. There's no need to overcomplicate it because it's not a feature now. So I just hope that works, hopefully. There's a little bit more thrill, anyway. Everyone's going to be over at Mineshaft, aren't they? Yeah. That's pretty cool now there's people in there. Go for another little stroll, guys. What we do need, actually, we need a couple of cowboys, don't we? Can't use that, unfortunately. What's that, mate? The coaster looks a bit unusual. So I didn't read your full sentence there, mate. I think it works, it just looks a bit odd. But then saying that, I've got a hanging part outside, so it kind of looks a bit odd anyway, I guess. Evening, Kayla. How are you? You all good? You having a good day? We've pretty much finished this coaster now. So we've only got 2 bits left to do in the park, and then the park is done. Nice. Good luck to your oldest. That does look good now that it's all rocked up though. It really does. Feels so good. There we go, guys. So that's now that all sorted. I don't know if I can try and put a little awning. I think that might look, just add another little level here. Because it just looks a bit like flat, if you know what I mean. Plus it gives something else for this to kind of interact with. I'm just wondering if we can get away with doing something like this. Drop that, go again. So we took it off the axis. Excuse me. Why don't these line up properly? Don't get it. Okay, let's do it another way. Just adds a nice little something, doesn't it? I guess. Just wondering if I need that. Nah, we'll leave it as it is. It's fine. Good. Does the job. Sorts that out. What's that then, Jeff? Call it Kilimanjaro after mounting. Cool. You gonna do like the look at Kilimanjaro? Congrats, MP. Sorry, totally missed that. Then your junior coaster next, it would be called Killman Junior. That's not a bad idea, actually. I just need to put some supports here. Does sound good, buddy. What do we reckon? Do we reckon that's done? Does it need it? I think it does. Oh, for crying out loud. Lost Dutchman, our famous gold mine here in Oz. Nice. Arizona. Not Oz. Why was I thinking Oz? Right then. I would say that's now finished. I don't think there's much more to do to that now, hopefully. I think they work, those two added pieces. It just gives it another bit of shadow, bit of detail. I was contemplating putting one here, but I think it would just look a bit too repetitive then. Where just the one on this side breaks it up a little bit. I might just put it in the middle though. think we'll go for one here as well, because that's hidden. Gives it that little bit more. And then that little out bit here just makes it feel like they are coming out of something now, which is good. Yeah, how can I put it? You haven't really got anything gold rushy at all. I mean, all they've given us is stuff like this, like a minecart, boxes, dynamite. I've put sparklers in there to make it look like they're lit. You know, the old puncher for the dynamite. And you got explosions, so I suppose that's kind of what they go for, but I want realism. Yeah, strange one. But again, that's what I mean by Planet Coaster 2. Just add bits, listen to the community, listen to what everybody's asking for, and basically make it happen. Simple. So where are we? We keep adding, but we're not finishing. So that is now finished, as far as I'm concerned. That bit down there looks a bit odd, but it's got supports. It looks cool going around it, I think. Just double check. Quite a cool view. That bit there, they're like properly clipping. I don't know how you overcome that. Plus this all looks a little bit weird now. That's fine, that's fine. That's done. That is finished. So, that's that all done. I hope they do. I mean, they're making some form of simulation game. We know that. That's in the pipeline. What that simulation game's going to be, we do not know. But I think they proved with Planet Zoo that they really need to change the engine, the platform that they build their games on. I'll tell you what I haven't done are these. I need to do something with these. What am I going to do with these? These are massive. I totally forgot about these overhangs. I put some supports in like that, but do you really have them that angled? I mean, that's properly big. I did just down supports, I think, on this one, because you got... Maybe I should build a little... I got all that to come off, you see, so that kind of worked. But this one is a little bit of a different story. Okay, let's do this. We need to do this. It's these bits that you miss. You see, we've been walking around this constantly for like a month, and I've seen it, but I just haven't got around to doing it. Dinner is in the oven as well, guys, just to let you know. All right. Okay guys, my dinner is now ready, so what I'll do, I will open up a load of rides for you, so you can all enjoy, and they'll be too long. I'll leave it in day mode for you for a change. It's actually not the best coaster because it sits behind the wagon. Right. Okay, guys, I'll just leave you with this. I'll be back as quick as I can. See you in a bit, guys. Bye-bye. And thanks for joining the stream and sticking with me whilst I'm eating my food. Thank you very much.
Hambulas. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. Kolgamana. Huh? Huh? Gele is doing a purpose to grow. That's
Right then, guys, I'm back. We don't want to go on Big Thunder for a third time, do we? So we'll leave that one. Right, okay, what else do we need to do? This is all done, this is all done, this is all done, apart from this. That needs doing, but we got to wait for anybody. If anyone's building, please do let me know, because if you're not, I'll tie it up. I need to get the part done. Where are we? So, that's all now foliaged, cactied up. That's all foliage cactied. I need to do some foliage around here, actually. Got anything? Oh, it's just endless, 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 endless. There's a rat. There's a good start. Welcome back, Jeff. My apologies. Just had dinner come through. Be ready. Work, work, work. Always work, work, work. Fire away, Kayla. Ask away. Yeah, that's fine. Going into ground's fine. Going above the ceiling, no, because that's already set. The ground I can obviously just change or just make a way for the coaster. Obviously, as long as it doesn't go hundreds and hundreds of meters down, that's fine. As long as, because I think on this one I've got to do a little bit here, a little bit of work, and I think there's if this one stays, obviously, and there's a couple of other bits that I've just got to. Can't remember where it is now. Somewhere. Coaster cuts into the ground somewhere. I think that was a bit actually. But yeah, no, just not through the ceiling. That's the only thing, or the sides, because they're kind of set in stone now, especially with the entrance area in and everything. So, yeah, I don't mind you going down just a little bit, because obviously I can just rotate these and add a few more in just to cover it up and give it that feel. But yeah. Actually need to slow this coaster down just a little bit, actually. Tiny bit fast. So, but we'll... I mean, to give you a bit of inspo then, we'll have a quick ride. You're more than welcome, buddy. Just try and find it again, bear with me. Copy. There you go, guys. But needs to be within the next week or so, because I want to get the part done and out there and finished. I'm struggling to want to keep opening the park, just purely because it's at that point now where I'm emotionally done. And I just need this coaster confirmed, or whatever's going to go in its place as soon as possible. I mean, it's been a week and a bit now, so I think roughly. That last bit, I totally lose track of where I am completely. I just can't fathom that one out. But it feels like you're upside down when you're coming into that final brake run. Don't know why. But yeah, there you go, guys. That gives you a bit of inspiration. It's the only one that's been submitted. So I don't know what else to say, really. You know, building, guys. You don't have to be the best. It's all about how it makes me feel. And basically that hit the brief on everything. The length, the feel, the vibe, smooth, inversions, 4-meter method, etc. But yeah, it fit the space perfectly. I only had to click it in. And that was kind of all I asked for. So if anybody is interested, please do let me know, guys. And, you know, pop a comment on the comments in my YouTube, pasting the link, or send me a message on Discord or whatever. And we'll get it in the park and we'll take a look. Right, there genuinely isn't a huge amount left to do to this. Just got to put some... We were in the middle of that, weren't we? Just finish off some rock work just up top here, I think, wasn't it? Here. Somewhere. Just here. Tidies that up. Why is this so high? Yep. Why does that look like sand, though? It doesn't look like this. Just the way the light's hitting it by the looks of it. Hey David, thanks for joining the stream, dude. Excuse me, sorry. Just took a gulp on my drink and it went down the wrong hole. Lemon ice cold juice. How's your day, David? You all good, my man? Thanks for liking all my photos on Facebook. So today, David, we have finished this now. So the mine shaft is now all themed, looking all good. Was it? Was it really that awesome? Oh, thank you. I was kind of sitting there today thinking, oh, should I mute it? Should I put some music over it or something? But then I thought, who's going to watch a 2.5, 3 hour video of just walking around the park with music? And I thought, do you know what? I don't believe I said anything out of turn. So, obviously it's my personal opinion. But, hey, thank you very much, David. Has anyone had a look into any of what I said anything about yesterday? I was trying to find that video last night from Toyota and I couldn't find it. I could find tons about it. Loads of people saying, what is going on here? Let's sort out this. Load times are all wrong. I wonder why that is. That really does look pretty cool coming out of here now, doesn't it? I haven't seen MK. What did you put? Oh, bloody hell, 6 notification. Here we ever talk about your electric car's extended warranty, Miss. I'm not going to say anything on that. Not the last job I was at, anyway. I couldn't believe it. You only get a 3-month warranty with your 20, 30,000 pound car when it's used. You just sit there, and the worry wasn't even really worth the paper it was written on. It's written on. It was amazing. But I'm not going to go into all that tonight. Nope, nope, nope. This is about Planko tonight. I haven't done any racing today, so I haven't zoned out. That's probably why I was so chatty last night. Look at the shadow of the windmill. How cool is that? And then we shoot up again, I think. Whoosh. It's that view there. Look at that. Just look at that. Oh, guys. That view there. is amazing. And it, you see what I mean by the berms? I've done pretty well on the berms, as in you're not seeing too much blandness out of the park. I do need to do something there, though. So, where was that? That is... Where's the tower? There's the tower. This bit over here. Yeah. Look at that. Done. 2 trees. Totally blanks that off. There we go, guys. Are we going again? Nope, we're done. Right, there's 1 rock. I need 1 rock. I don't know what this light's all about. What's this light? Why have I got that there? What was that lighting up? Is that... Oh, it's lighting up this. Okay. Okay. Alright. Here we go. Right. I've got the perfect rock for this. Bits in there. Perfectly. Good, 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 good. What? Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Sorry guys if you're writing messages. I've had my YouTube open. Cheers MP for the message, buddy. Nah, you see, I've done that kind of thing before with the exploding barrels, and it just... It's... If I do it around here, that means I've then got to do it on the coaster to some degree. And the problem is the coaster's so quick, you're going to miss them. Unless I put a couple along here, maybe. The trick with the rock work is to use every face on every piece multiple times in different ways. That's basically the key with the rock work. Rotate them, use the underneath, use the sides, turn them upright, sideways, all sorts, and even put them on different angles. They just work. And the reason for that is I've seen so many where people build with rocks and they just keep it on the same axis like I have done here. But because I put different layers on and other bits overlapping, it just kind of makes them look different. These 3 are identical. So that, and that. And all I've done is rotate them a little bit, but then use other bits to blend them in. To be fair, what I should actually put something else there. Just to break that up a little bit. And we'll do the same here. That might be a bit too big. We'll just have that coming out like that. And it just breaks up the sameness, you know? But also that's strange is try and use the lines off all the rocks to create these shelves. That's the advantage with this rock work anyway. When it comes to the rock work like here, it's very much just overlapping, making it look more natural, trying to do different ways of bringing them all together. And it's the only way to make them look natural, because I've seen so many builds where people just grab them and duplicate, do a line, copy paste, and they all look the same. Every single piece of rock is at the same angle, and it just looks very, very samey. Where if you use different rocks every time, or use the same one but flip it, turn it, because they've all got different sides. Every single fascia on every single rock is different. So you just have to rotate them and make the best of what you can with them, really. Molly! Harley's going for it, if you can hear him. My apologies, guys. How much of MT? What's MT? What's MT? Well, to be honest with you, the whole park, gonna be perfectly honest with you, there's not actually that much terrain. The grassy areas are obviously terrain because they're grass. But I'd probably say 99% of the area that I've actually used is covered with some form of material or something. Mountain tea. But all this is covered in rock. So yeah, there's no. Well, the only bit of terrain you see is where the track is. That's the only bit of terrain throughout the whole coaster. You don't actually see any terrain work. It is all rock work, basically. What you will find is that there is probably terrain under here, because I build it in the terrain mode first to get my dimensions of where I want everything, and then I overlap it with the rock work, so I get the angles of how I want everything, just to place the rocks a little bit easier. And it makes it a more fluid design, so you'll always see at the end of the tracks I've got terrain, because literally all this is terrain underneath the rocks, basically. So if you were to peel all the rocks back individually, you'd actually find pretty much a half, well, pretty much a full version of it, to be honest with you, just a little bit skinnier because there's less rocks. But this is all terrain up here. The whole lift hill is terrain under here. Yeah, literally, I do mould it around the coaster. I never build a terrain then a coaster. I'll always mark out where I want it. I don't know what episode it was when we actually did this, but this was just an island for about 3 months, 4 months. But I built this park a little bit differently to how I've always built in the past. I've always put every single ride in and then spent a year theming it, basically. Where this park was very, very different. So we had the car park entrance area, and that was all I'd built, basically. Then I went with the main street. Then I went with the castle. And then that kind of matured into what we have now, which is basically a very rough version of the Magic Kingdom. You got the Futureland area that coincides with the go-karts into the fantasy area, and where you'd have Little Mermaid and Dumbo's, the 2 Dumbo rides, and Goofy's Barnstormer at the back here. I've just kind of got rid of them, not bothered with them. So I've gone for a miniature, well, a kiddie dragon coaster, which basically is kind of mimicking Goofy's Barnstormer in a way. And then I thought, what should we put here? And I thought, I don't want another dark ride. I don't want another massive themed ride, even though that's what it turned into. But I thought, what have I enjoyed in the past? And I thought, you know what, let's do a couple of dueling coasters. And what came into my head was dueling dragons. So I thought, instead of doing 2 inverts, we'd do a flyer and an invert, and basically get them having 3 interactions with each other. But basically they're dragons just flying around the ruined castle area that they're basically burning to pieces. And it's more about the overhangs, zooming past stuff. This bit that the invert's going into down here is pretty... I love that view as you come up on there. I think it's just awesome. Then you have a little rollover, the final interaction there, and then the 2 coasters are very different. But it just works. Then I wanted to do a mine train, swinging mine train, because I'd never done one before. So that was a first for me doing this coaster. And I've just made it a little bit different. We do have an inverting section here and a couple of other bits where it just kind of makes it a little bit different, gives it that Planko feel. Another first for me was the shooting ride in here. So there's a completely in the dark ride, shooting ride. So that was another first. Then everything else transpired, really. Huntsman, again, the Haunted Mansion. This was another first for me. You guys have loved the speed build. It's been very, very well received. And I wish I'd done more speed builds, but I did the Western area as a 2-part episode, and it wasn't that well received. Maybe because I didn't talk over it. I'm not too sure. But kind of the way that the game was running thereafter, we were doing everything in live stream mode. So yeah, I'd probably say the biggest area is the Frontierland, and that's only because of how I've done Big Thunder. You have half of it in the normal area and the other half on the island. So you got kind of, I guess, all the Magic Kingdoms plus Disneyland Paris. And then we had this little area here that stayed blank for about 9 months, and I think it was about February, March time. I built the coaster out of this map. So I took I put a load of plaster down, marked out the paving and everything. I wish I'd done the paving a little bit differently, and the only reason being is you see through the street. So that's the only bit I kind of messed up on with that. The fact that it doesn't make it feel very cohesive. So that view's not bad. You could probably get away with that being a park in the background. But when you look this way, obviously you have Frontierland. So the trick is with these would have been to have the path come in here and then dogleg right, have it kind of take a right down the street and then have a left. And then as you kind of come into this bit here and you look down, you've got one complete street. So immersion factor, should we say. But that's the only bit I kind of messed up on. But then saying that, I did and I didn't, because when you're down here, it feels very much as if you are in a city area. And it looks pretty cool. I like it a lot. Let's just change the lighting. So it looks a bit more real, I guess. But that's kind of the effect I wanted to go for, but we ended up a little bit different. Only because I didn't think about it properly when I was doing it. But we got Western City and Pirate merging into each other, so it kind of works perfectly. And then you come through to the Pirate area, which I think is absolutely beautiful. And at this time of day, actually, it looks amazing. This building here with the tower behind, that is true to real life. So that's very, very similar. I've added a few bits in just to give it a little bit more detail. And the only reason being was it a little bit plain. Done a shop area. We got a full first again for the indoor dark ride here. Where are we? So we got a full armada. So this was a first for me. I'd never built one of these before. So that was really good fun. And this queue line area is just insane. I love it. But it's the vibe you get through here at night time. It just feels insane. And with the coaster popping its head over the top hat, I think it's coming. You can hear it. You know, it just... I love it. I love how cohesive it all is. And it just reminds me of Thunderland Adventure Valley to a degree. But if you think about it, we're only 23,000 pieces more. But this park is like fully themed. Like fully themed. Where Thunderland wasn't. The coasters were out in the open. They just had a few trees and rocks and bushes and stuff. It was mainly the area as a whole and the linkage between the coasters that made everything made sense. Even though it shouldn't make sense, but it did. Where this, on the other hand, is very much a traditional theme park where you have everything bermed off, so you have the complete areas and you have the complete rides fully themed. So big difference in this park. And to have only spent another 25,000 pieces doing it, I think that's a pretty intelligent build. to be honest with you. Again, don't mean to float my own boat, but if you can build in a manner that allows you to do stuff like this, why not? You know. And then you end up with what you got here, and literally, pretty much the whole build, it was just winging it. Literally everything has just been winging it, and all I mean by that was there was no planning, no foresight, no nothing really. It was very much, okay, we'll go with that, we'll do this. I think that's about that size. So I was literally building it to a plan as I built it, if you know what I mean. The plan was going in as I was building it, and it was quite interesting. The only bits that really were thinking ahead were the layout, the distancing, the sight lines, making sure that you could see big Space Mountain from up here, because you can in real life. And it's just those little bits that make it feel even more like a Disney park, because literally when you're stood here in real life, that view is pretty much identical. Even the fencing kind of resembles it a little bit, with the teacup Space Mountain, Who's Adventure, you know. And then you look at this, and none of it's the same. Nothing. Not a single piece on here is at all the same as the real thing, but it feels real. It feels very, very similar, and that's what I've tried to achieve. And I think with the design of the buildings, like with the speed builds that you've all loved, it really does just come together. And that's all I've tried to do, really. My brother saw your pirate coaster while we were eating. He loved it. When I showed him your Thunderland spotlight, he said he wished he could live there. A lot of people have said that, actually. A lot of people have said you need to go and find yourself a billionaire to get it built. I'm like, yeah, that would be nice. I mean, it would be cool, and to be fair, I think only a couple of the coasters you'd need to refine and tweak in respect of how I've done them, but yeah. You know. But it's just incredible that this came from... I'll show you the shot I did that I put on social media. It was from here, I think. No, it's a bit further up. I think it was from about here. I had the trees. I was looking through the trees. I just had it zoomed in a little bit. And basically, I just stuck my Formula 1 coaster in there. That's a blueprint, and that was it. That was all it was. Let me go and try and find it. Actually, I'm trying to show you. I think I'll be able to share it. No, I don't want to create, Ryan. Profile. 2 seconds, guys. It's just really interesting how that it came from nothing. Do you know what I mean? Where is it? It's coming. It's nearly there, guys. Here it is. So if I just share this to you guys, you'll see what I mean. Share. Oh, let me just copy. There you go, guys. So check this out. So that was the first ever picture of this park put out to you guys. And you'll see that there was just a coaster in the background. You should see the stuff from a few years ago, mate. It's there's some insane stuff that I built over the years. I mean, look at that now with that lighting. That looks even better than the 10 AM. Actually feels like midday now. You know, and I've just been fortunate enough to be able to upgrade my computer to coincide with a build like this. Yeah, being out of work at the minute isn't great, but I have applied for a few jobs, so just waiting to hear back. But this area looks awesome at this time of day now. So surprised. You know, I always find you build your park around a certain time because you use the lighting and everything, but that actually looks pretty good at midday. Is it a totally different vibe? But yeah, no, I love it. It's come out really, really well. And I think just having a couple of animatronics around just gives it another little depth. Where are these two off to? Pirate getaway. Yeah, let's do it in the day. Give it a go. I've seen a few people try and do it, but they're always either they're too short and too fat, as in too wide, if you know what I mean, because people build on grid, and if you try and do it on grid, you can't do it. So it's quite a little strategic build, that tower. But no, I've been posting the park now for over a year. Instagram, Reddit, Twitter, what else? Or X now, whatever it's called. Every time I press Twitter or X, feels like I'm taking off the Mars. I'm gonna Mars it. That's what they should call it now. I'm gonna Mars it. Just go to Mars. Just gonna do a Mars. Instead of a tweet. Because the problem was, if on Twitter, it was always, like the missus said the other night, I was like, so yeah, it's just what it is, isn't it? And she was like, yeah, but she goes, for all those people that say, I'm just going to tweet about that. What do you do now? I'm going to X about that? I'm going to cross about that? So what are you going to do? I'm going to Mars that. You know, you guys figure it out. Try to figure out what you could actually call it instead of a tweet. Because it's not a tweet anymore. So... I really do hope you guys are enjoying the park. It really is. I know it's taken a while, but it's doing all this that makes the difference. So don't sit here talking away to you guys and not watching the screen. I'm constantly looking at everything. I'm making sure those palm trees aren't going through the roof, the edge of that roof and stuff like that. But I know they're not because I've already moved that and done that. Because I noticed it on another stream. So it's little bits like that, you know... I appreciate all your time, guys, really. I do, because at the end of the day, I know this looks like I'm procrastinating and sitting here and just trying to long it out. I'm genuinely not, because at the end of the day, you guys are going to be downloading this park. So I've got to look at it from every single angle. I've got to try every pathway. I've got to look at everything. I'm looking up, I'm looking down, I'm looking around. I'm just making sure there's nothing sitting slightly off center or... hanging in the air, or I haven't lined something up correctly, and bits and bobs like that. And that's why I do all these walk rounds. Plus, I get to talk to you guys instead of sit here in silence building. What's up with you, Grump? Yeah. Harley's come to join in. Come here, buddy. What's up? Hey, alright. There you go, Harley. Still? Go in the garden? What's in the garden? Where's the steps? Go on! Run. Sorts him out. But yeah, no, walking around always, it just... I get to see it from your perspective, I guess. Because, you know, when you're building, you're always further out, you're up high, you're never looking down at it, you're never looking directly at it because of the way the controls work. So, the more and more you do this, the more and more you see where... the peeps overlap, like the barriers, or something isn't quite right, like just there. Literally, watch this. I literally just saw this. What have I done here? So this barrier, there you go. Look at that. Amazing what you see. So, grab this. Brilliant example of what I'm on about. Because I wouldn't have noticed that. If we hadn't have done that, I wouldn't have noticed that. So this isn't so good in the day. But I think I can get away with it being a day and night coaster. I think. It all depends what you guys think of this first section, because it's the first section that causes the issue for me being a day coaster. because it's supposed to be dark in here and obviously it's not. So speed it up for you. Well, you could get away with it, I guess. I don't know. Where's his bed gone? I swore I put a bed in here for him. It doesn't at night, at daytime, I know, but I think it still works as a nighttime, a daytime coaster. It's just, yeah, the effects aren't as great, should we say? Ah, that was why I didn't do it. I remember now. Gives it a little bit more depth. I'm just thinking, can I get a pirate to lay down in there? Good. We could use this one. We can do this, guys. Bear with me. Oh, he's got a telescope, hasn't he? Okay, what we use Mr. Beardy instead. So and if we put it like that, Doggo's going crazy again. I'm going to lock him outside in a minute. He's doing my absolute nutting. He's just, oh. Right. What's today, guys? It's only Wednesday, isn't it? Kind of works. Kind of works, I guess. Well, don't go to jail. Simple as, really. Not to sound too rude. Ah, that's what we need to do. I need to pull this one. Slightly out for some unknown reason. Go. Me and my little OCDs. Now I'm thinking a couple of small barrels along here, because it just looks a bit bland as you come around the corner here. Having 4 of these doesn't make sense. Every single time I go past there, I see him and I'm like, I just don't like him. You'll never see them because they're only obviously there behind you as you go round, but they're there. Cheers me up. I reckon some cannonballs as well. We need some cannonballs. Here I am saying this was done. Unreal. It's never done. Why can't I see any dry ice there? What is going on? Um, excuse me. Pretty much everything I've built has pretty much been spotlighted, bar one or two. But no, what got me into the game? I did a stream a couple of live streams ago of a park called Volcano Springs, and basically, I watch a guy called Sean Sandbrook Theme Park Worldwide. Well, I used to watch him a lot more than I do nowadays. And basically, one day I was watching a vlog of his, and it popped up next to play. Hey Sam, how you doing, buddy? And it came up with this thing called Planet Coaster, and I sat there and I looked at it and I was like, what's Planet Coaster? And it was like episode 3 or 4, and I was like, what's all this about? So press play, and this within 5 seconds I was already trying to figure out how I could save up and get a PC. I just fell in love with it. When I grew up, when I was growing up, sorry, language Ryan. When I was growing up, I played Roller Coaster Tycoon, and I always used to sit there like I used to do with my old Mega Drive, playing the old Ayrton Senna Formula 1, thinking, I wish one day the intro was like what we could play, you know. And here we are. And you sit there and go, it's just insane what you can do. And that's kind of what got me into this. I was always into Sim City, so that's the reason why I played Sim City Skylines. And also, what is it? Transport Fever 2. Look at that view there with the reflection of that. It's just such a shame. Such a shame. Planet Coaster 2, that the reflections aren't on the buildings with the light of the building. How awesome would that be if that had that added touch to it? Now, I don't know if reshade, if there's a setting on reshade that you can do that does that, where you set the level and it creates it. I don't know. But no, I used to play Sims as well when that first came out originally. The first one. Never played it after. Just never really carried on, really. And then life got in the way, got married. Blah, 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 blah. Kind of stayed on the PlayStation with shoot 'em ups because it was the only kind of less time-consuming way to get out of the world. And then over the last few years, regrettably, I've had a lot of time on my hands. But at the same time, not regrettably, because if I hadn't have started it and I hadn't have done it and I hadn't been in the place that I was, we wouldn't be having these conversations today. And I can only thank all of you, because the journey I've been on the last 5-6 years, few people know about, not everybody, but I'm not going to go into, but this has been my saving grace. This takes me away from reality. This is what you can create. Never had a plan, just came up with it, just went with it, and here we are 15 months later with this what you guys regard as an amazing build. That's pretty much the story. David, I'll let you figure it out, mate. If you love her and you want to be with her for the rest of your life, it's your choice, sir. It's not a conversation I'm going to entertain. I play this to stay away from all that. So I'll let you figure that one out, buddy. Things didn't work out, let's put it that way. But I've had a lot of time on my hands since, so regrettably out of depression and so forth, but anyway, it is what it is. But the end of the day, this started as a complete in the darkness, never didn't have any money, couldn't go out, couldn't socialize, couldn't do anything, work was sporadic, and at the end of the day, when I started this, I was in an extremely dark place. That's the reason why I didn't do live streams at first, and I didn't talk over my videos, because you wouldn't have enjoyed it. But now, the silver lining is something that started that way has turned into something completely amazing. So I can only thank every single one of you. Hey, another new one. Medino, how are you? Welcome to the stream. This is my park. This is called Thunderland Magic Kingdom. And, yeah. Started out with an entrance and then turned into this, basically. It was quite funny. I put a post on Reddit the other day, and someone said it's so nice to get some pictures of a realistic park. And I thought to myself, okay, nailed it. You know. It's I wouldn't say that. I mean, what I'd probably say more than anything, and I don't take this the wrong way, and I was never looking for gratitude when I did my work, because I only built what I built. I very rarely copied anyone. I use similar techniques, stuff that people find out and you pick up, and bits and bobs and stuff like that. But one thing I've tried to never do is copy people. I've always tried to do something different, and that's where this people think it is a recreation, and I can only thank them enough, because at the end of the day, it's because of the reaction you guys give me have got me through. And I don't mean that in any big-headed or pig-headed way. All I mean is that it's just that positivity in my life has given me the urge to keep going in a lot of respects. And it that's what this game does for me. And the sim racing takes it one step further. Hey Chris, how are you? Hello, welcome to the channel, mate. Thank you for joining the stream. I hope you're having a great day, my friend. But yeah, that's how I got into Planet Coaster, guys. Yeah, that's why I got into Planet Coaster. And like I said a few moments ago, this park came about just from this entrance, and here's the original post that I did. Just sharing that, and then it's turned into what it has done today. You know, everybody looks at this castle and says, wow, that looks wicked. It's the same thing. It's nothing like the real thing, but it has the similarities. This again, you probably could say that is very similar to real thing, but this people mover doesn't go across the front here, it goes around the buildings, so it's totally different. The people mover doesn't go around the center where you load. You know, but you have the similarities. Same with the speedway. You know, the building is pretty much identical, the actual entrance area with the raised path or queue line, however you want to perceive it. But I haven't done the grandstand behind it because it would have just taken up too much room. And then this would have elongated this area up even further, which means then you've got to make this a bit bigger and then extend this and make it was just all going a little bit out of control. So it, yeah. It is a bit of everything. You've got Big Thunder, which is half on land like America, and I say America in general, as in California and Florida. And then you've got the whole Disneyland Paris-esque of where it goes underneath the water and into the island. So, you know, the Haunted Mansion. It's similar again to the real thing, but it's absolutely nothing like it. The only one bit really that is like it is the greenhouse and this angled piece of side building here. The rest of it is just Planko. Planko 2, it will happen. When it will happen, I do not know, but it will happen. I'd put money on it happening. It will happen. It can't not happen. They are still posting each week. I know it's just people's blueprints and stuff like that, but they are still trying to promote a coming on, is it 6 years or 7 years? Is it 5 years? Hold on a minute, when did it come out? 16. So 7-year-old game. Who does that? Who actually does that? I mean, I'm doing them a huge amount of self-promo, but that's not the game, and that's not the gain that I want. You know, it'd be lovely for them to come up to me with Planet Coaster 2 and go, here you go, have a crack at this, see what your thoughts are, let everyone know about it. And it'd be like, yes. But I don't think that will ever happen. But who knows? Who knows where the channel's going, guys? I mean, here I am live streaming, we've got 12 people watching, and I'm just rabbiting on, just flicking around the park. It's just amazing. You guys are just simply, don't quote Tina Turner, the best. You know, bless her. But it's insane. You know, and the thing I love is just how that you can just grab anybody, just walk through the whole park, and it just feels good. When it comes to Planet Coaster 2, I know absolutely nothing, but the only thing I would say is for a company to still be promoting the original after nearly 7 years this November, that's just insane. You know, that just doesn't happen often. So they know they've got something amazing. And I just hope and pray that if there's anyone watching from Frontier or watching this back or whoever gets to see this, that listen to what the community wants, because you've got such an amazing bunch of people that adore this game, and that's me included. And I think, you know, like I say, with the second one, I don't think a total transformation is needed. I think, to be honest with you, an improvement in graphics would be nice, subject to what engine they use, but obviously they want to be trying it on Unreal Engine 5. How can I put it? Just update things, update the coasters, give us a couple of different variants on station layouts, and make it so that you could have a station with maintenance track, 2 or 3 bits of track back, you know, so that it's actually programmed into that one coaster instead of having to put an extra 10 coasters in to use a bit of track. It just doesn't make sense to me. You know, if you do stuff like that, you're then adding everything into the game without a huge processing loss, if you know what I mean, instead of us having to mod it and do all the bits and bobs and so forth. But the biggest thing is make it work. Just make it work. I mean, if they made this work, you know, they could call it Planet Coaster Revamp, and they could literally change this, put it into Unreal Engine 5 or the best engine that's out there to be able to do multiple functions, multiple calculations, whatever you want to call it, blah, 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 blah. I'm no computer genius. But into a program that can actually have, like, say, 5,000 guests. Not 20, just say 5,000 guests. 150,000 piece park, and get 40 plus frames a second without having to spend the obscene amount of money we have to spend on a computer just to try and get this to run properly. And we know full well now, going by the way mine runs, that there's no need to actually do that, because the game gets to a certain point and then that's it, it's finished, it's done, it cannot do any more. Not saying I have the biggest, best, most expensive computer on the market, but when your CPU is only running at 71% and your GPU is only running at 46%, that kind of says a lot, really. It says the game's done. That is what I would love, just for them to take it and call it Plenko 0.2. Whatever. Just make it work. That would be my biggest ask, would be make it work. Just make it work. But then saying that, I don't know if you watched the reviews of Johnny on Part Beyond. That's on Unreal Engine 5. And you had exactly the same issues with that. If you put too many rides in and put too many impossifies in, or whatever you want to call it, whatever it is on that game, it lags. It's the same issues. So the only thing they have to do to this game is actually make it just work. That's all they genuinely got to do. Update a few pieces, give us a few different textures. One thing I would say that I saw on Twitter, I think it was last year or the year before, a bit like they have in Planet Zoo, where you know, you put the barrier around, you kind of can just lay it out on nodes, and then you can pull it up, raise it, lower it down, all that, change whatever you want, glass or brick or wood or whatever. Why not do that in this with fencing, you know, so you can change it and then you can put ones on top. And this one I saw, it was absolutely amazing. You could, they just drew a box basically, and you could just basically pull the nodes up and put archways in, put doors in, change the edge of the texture to brick, and then the center just concrete. It was absolutely insane, and I tagged them in it, but nothing ever happened. At Planet Coaster, this needs to be Planet Coaster 2. Because simple things like that will save so much on the processing of the computer, because once you've actually molded it into the shape you want, it's done, it's there, it's fixed, it's a fixed item in the game. And I think that's where it goes wrong, is that every single frame it's trying to, how do you put it, process every single object in the view of the camera. So why don't you, once you place those objects and you save the part for, say, like the final time, or you can save it in a different format where basically the game then renders that as a fixed item instead of a singular item, and then it's, you know, it's like like a racing game. As you drive along, you have the items pop up that are fixed in the game. They don't move, they don't do anything, you can't move them, but the processing is much lower. You know, maybe do something along those lines where it gives us the choice, once you finish a ride and do that, that it fixates that as one object. You know, I don't know if that could be done. That would solve a lot of problems. But just going back to Part Beyond, I was blown away, and I think that was like the second or third episode he did. And I was sat there going, this is on Unreal Engine 5. This doesn't make sense. This is the best engine you can get at the moment. Yet it's still lagging the crap out of the engine. And I know Johnny's not got the best graphics card, but his graphics card's no slouch, and his processor's pretty good, and he's got enough memory. So you sit there and go, would a graphics card make that much difference? I don't know. Does Unreal Engine cane the graphics card? I don't think so, because my sim racing games, it only runs at about 39-40%. So I sit there and go, is it worth downloading Part Beyond just to see if it is a performance issue as in computer? But you then see a snippet about Grand Theft Auto 6 that's coming. Whether it's next year, year after, 26, whenever, I don't know. I don't think anyone knows at the moment. But they're saying when you buy that game, you got a 750 gigabyte download to happen. So they're basically asking you to download everything onto your computer, so your computer will run it better instead of trying to stream it. This is how detailed and AI heavy this game's going to be. And you sit there and go, that's pretty much a terabyte. That's a hard drive gone. But if that's what you have to do to make it work, why not? You know? People are going to buy it. People are going to buy all these hard drives. Companies are going to sell GTA specific hard drives. Make a ton out of it, you know? But if it makes the game run beautifully and physically it looks stunning and the physics of it are perfect, like they always have been, or, you know, generation. I know they milked 5, but it's, you know, they're saying it's going to be 5 times larger than GTA 5, and you sit there and go, that is just insane. So the processing power you're going to have if you have that in high graphics is going to be unbelievable. But it might not be. We have to wait and see. Because, like I say, the sim racing games I play, I know they're sim racing, I know they're just processing the same information lap after lap after lap, but, you know, if you're a millimeter difference every lap, it's got to move it and process it in a different place. So, I don't know, maybe I'm just chatting out my backside again. Who knows? Yep. Yeah, that's about right. $300 for 3 terabyte. I mean, I've got a 1 terabyte. It was dead cheap at the time. Well, it wasn't really. It was £85. So that would be about $120. So basically, I paid slightly more than a third for you did, if you equate yours, if you know what I mean. So, yeah. But it does the job. And one thing I must say on Planet Coaster, if you use an M.2 drive or an NVMe, whatever it's called, solid state drive, what was I going to say? Your loading times for the menus are significantly quicker. And I mean significantly. It's only when you start to get heavy like this do they lag again. It's amazing when you open up the part for the first time. You literally just, you know, press it and it's there. You haven't got to wait for all the pictures to pop up. It's just done. So I highly recommend that to anyone. Do you want to do a day or night ride on this, guys? I think a night ride would be pretty cool. With the views. Oh, sorry, Chris, I missed your message. I'm currently building a park, but get burnt out easily. The only thing I can say to that, my friend, if you see any of my other streams, I'm an avid sim racer. So what I do when I get the mental block, or creator's block, as they call it, is I just go and sim race. Or I'll take the dog out for longer walks. I'll listen to music whilst I'm doing stuff, just to zone out, basically, and forget about it. Because the best thing you can do is come back recharged. And like today, I turned it on and I thought to myself, do you know what? Where am I? I thought, what the heck am I going to stream today? Because I sat there and I was kind of like, what am I going to stream? Because I thought it's just the same thing as last night. It's no different. But now we've got Mine Shaft done. That's all finished. And Swinging Mine Train is all finished. So we've just literally got that inside section of Big Thunder. And then whatever we decide to do with Space Mountain. If anyone's going to... Kayla. Phantom. You know. Going to do any contributions to Space Mountain, guys? You know. I hate the price of Disney now. I absolutely hate it. It's £7,500 all in for 10 nights. And that's just insane. It's just insane. You see, I managed to... I think the only thing I've paid... Well, I haven't actually paid as much as people may think that I paid for my 4080. But that's the only thing I paid over the odds for. I got everything else discounted or end of line, or it was just changing to the 5600. That's why I got the 3600 XT and stuff like that. Enjoy the views, guys. But I just, I just take a step away. You know, go and do something different, or put on another game. I know it sounds silly. Just put on another game and play with that. I mean, the other night when I finished the stream early, I can't remember what it was, the walk around of Blueport, which has been well received. I'm glad you all enjoyed that. It was an amazing park. I sat there and I was like, oh, what should I do? Because it was about, I don't know, 9:15, and I thought, I don't really want to go to bed yet. So I loaded up F1 Manager. And I even sat there and contemplated, shall I stream this? But I thought, will anyone watch that? And it's quite an interesting game, because if you take your eye off the ball, you literally, you know, it affects things. And I was thinking, if you're streaming it and having a laugh, it'd be quite funny. Graphics cards are weird because they have stabilized now, which I think is quite good. AMD... I will never buy a graphics card off them ever again. Never again. I don't understand why I was having so many issues, but basically they can't handle. Because it was the exact same failure on both cards. It was overheating of either the HDMI socket or the DPI socket. Because the first card I had my 4K monitor coming out of HDMI, because it said you only get true 4K via HDMI. So I plugged it in, left the space, so I didn't use the first DPI, I used the second and third for the two 1080 screens. And I thought, that'll do, that'll keep it cool, that'll do. And then we had it fail, and we found out it was overheated DPI, overheated HDMI. So they then, within 24 hours, sent me another one, blah, 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 blah. So I thought, okay, let's think about this a bit more intelligently. Let's do it the other way round. I'll put the DPI into the 4K for the racing, and I'll put one HDMI and one DPI on the 1080s. And then we did Planko for about a week and a half, and then I sat down and did 3 hours of racing just one evening, didn't stream it, and the same thing happened. So basically what I put it down to is the fact that they cannot run 4K, unfortunately. And okay, I spent considerable amount more money on the 4080, but I mean the thing runs at 40 degrees. I mean, it's just insane. Oh, Chris, mate, you need to sort that one out, mate. Keep plodding, bud. Keep plodding. That's what I say. There were times in all my builds, and Phantom will back me up on this for the ones he did watch. The first two I didn't really publicise so much, and I wasn't live, but the last build I did with Venture Valley, there were so many times when I was just like, you know what, I'm just done. I can't do anymore. And this was only like 6 months in. But we got it done, and it came out, as you all know, perfectly. I know what you mean, Phantom. I mean, I could have gone the full hog, but I didn't. Please don't tell me we're going on Mineshaft again. I could have gone the full hog, and I could have gone like AM5 setup, but I just looked at it, and to do a complete new setup of just components, that was me fitting it, was about £4,000, and I sat there and I thought, you know what, I've got the fastest CPU on a single core processor, which is all I need for Planko. It does the racing absolutely fine. I just need a graphics card, so I didn't go for the most expensive 4080 because I didn't see the point, and I didn't want to spend obscene amounts of money. But I went for the one that suited me best with what I do. So yeah, I can imagine it was built with WoW in mind, buddy. I really can. That's insane, David. But then saying that, in UK, what's that? 4.5 grand. So I mean, the advantage I had, like I said to you guys all at the beginning, the reason why it took me so long to start building bigger stuff in Planet Coaster was because when I got my PC, it was already 5 years old. It was an old AM3 setup. I was running off an FX 6300. And I could only build to about 45,000 pieces, and then it would just lag out. And then progressively over the years, the first 3 years, I was buying everything used. So I upgraded the graphics card to the GTX 1070 Super, which was used. It only cost 120 quid. But I had to sell my RX 970 for 80 quid to be able to get that. So, and then throughout the years, obviously I've had a bit of work here and there, and I've saved up some money and times, and here we are. So we got this. But the big difference is, I don't even know. I think I've gone around the clock on the amount of hours it counts that you've been on your computer. I mean, I don't think there's been a day. No, there has been days, but I'd probably say in a week, my computer's on for 2 to 3 hours, 4 to 5 days out of a week when I'm working. And at the minute, it's pretty much on to 8 to 10 hours a day, and it's you know, worth the money in the end when you use it that way. Especially with the sim racing, it's made a huge difference to that. It makes it such a more enjoyable experience, and even this. I mean, I know I'm only getting 15 frames a second now, but the graphics are sharp. It looks stunning. It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. I love it. How cool's that? Train coming in. No worries, MP. Have a great sleep, buddy. See you soon, mate. It's only 9:10 here in the UK. 9:10, Dave. Nice one, Kayla. 1,500 meters, not far. Wait, it doesn't. It could be around that. That's fine. It doesn't have to be 1576. It was just what I'd built was that length, so I just kind of said around that kind of length, really. Tell you what, guys, let's try and get some of this building done. There was one bit, actually, one bit I noticed that doesn't quite look right. I don't know what I've done here. Okay. Coolio. Well, if you get it done in the next half hour to an hour, we could try it in the park now. If that's cool with you, I don't mind. Now I'm just wondering if it's worth having like a diagonal piece there. Nope. There is always tomorrow. 100%. It's absolutely fine. In hindsight, I shouldn't have shown JJ's first. It was a mistake. I didn't mean to. I got overexcited. I'd had someone contribute something within 24 hours of me doing it. It was the first time I'd ever done it. Yeah, that's better now. You can actually see into it. I know it was only there, but it's just opened that way up now, which is quite nice. That sorts that out. Right, where were we? So, I was going to say, let's get this area done. So I need to figure out some supports for this, somehow. And we also need to link up the thingamajig. So let's do that first. Hey JJ, how are you? No worries, David man, you crack on, dude. What's it doing? Yeah, it's not bad. It's come out nice. It looks better at night time than it does in the day. Where are we? So here's the queue line. You come. Oh, I need to just adjust that. There we go. And then you're kind of rocked over, and the supports are holding everything up, basically. And as you come down the queue line, you get to see it obviously go up and down. I have wooded the whole thing, so all the beams are now wood. So that's all done. It just gives it a darker look, plus it hides a load of lights as well. I'm good though, buddy. Thank you. Very, very good. Where was I? So yeah, it's quite a cool little ride now. I love the exit way. I think how I did this is just so themed. Don't know why, it just feels so good walking up here. So yeah, all good over here, dude. All good. Yeah, I think that's kind of what it is. It just, I don't know, it just feels pretty cool. Port Ventura, Port Aventura in Salou, Spain. Yep, I went there. It was late 90s, but I think I went there 2 or 3 times, if I remember rightly. I'm sure it was late 90s. I went there when it first opened, but haven't been on Shambhala. That's one ride I haven't been on. But Dragon Khan was cool, but it's pretty much Kumba, to be honest with you, in Florida. Yeah, it was brand new, it didn't hurt. You're building the Smiler, Chris. Congrats, mate. I know a few people have tried. I think, is it Lokin? Lokin is pretty hot on his old Alton Towers recreations. If you don't know of him, have a look. You probably do, dude, but just in case. Might help for inspiration. I think it's Lokin. L-O-A-K-I-N. Yeah, I've heard Shambhala's pretty good. Again, it was on the plan in 2019, but when COVID struck, it was kind of like, ah! But yeah, Smiler is a tough recreation, and there has been some pretty decent ones out there as well, and that's no pressure, Chris. Come on, computer. Smiler is hard. I couldn't imagine even trying to do that. Twined Cobra rolls got me to get. Yeah, they yeah, they do make you go a little bit crazy. To be honest with you, I enjoy Smiler when it has brand new wheels. That's the actual only time I enjoy it. because it's smooth, it's comfortable, and it is a hell of a coaster. But it's just so intense. It's a bit like Twilight Tower of Terror for me. Similar kind of thing. I love it, but I hate it. Literally. That's how you do it, guys. Alton Towers rankings. I'd love to go on Guardians of the Galaxy. I would love not the tower ride, the one at Epcot. I'd love to go on that. I think having to go on the one the Tower of Terror ride would be quite cool because it's a very different sensation to what you're used to. They've tweaked it and made it a little bit different. I think you'd be losing your stomach even more than you do on the normal Tower of Terror. But going back a step, my rankings at Alton Towers. Okay, this is going to be quite controversial. So my rankings at Alton Towers. Okay. Let's go for a little walk whilst I have a think about this. Oh no, here we go again, guys. Right, my number one Alton Towers coaster is Nemesis. It's then followed by Wicker Man. Then 13. Then Galactica. Spinball Whizzer. Smiler. Actually, I quite like Oblivion. Oblivion before Smiler. Rita, I can't stand. I hate it. It's too rough now. It's far too rough. And that first banking after the launch just rips your neck out of its socket. And I've done that ride so many times. But nowadays it's just, I don't know, I'm getting old. But yeah, that's my rankings for coasters. And then they got that new indoor one coming, I think. I love 13. I just, you know, when you find those kiddie coasters or junior coasters that actually make you feel like you're on a coaster. Do you know what I mean by that? You get these ones that go round in a circle at 3 miles an hour. They're the worst things ever, but kids love them. And we used to love them. We all forget that. We used to love them. The old caterpillar rides, etc. But what I mean by junior, like 13, it's a junior coaster technically, but the drop track, it was the first prototype of that. And to think what's come from that in respect of Hagrid's. Now Spinball Whizzer, I absolutely love that ride, but do not ride it when it's wet. Okay, because the last time I rode that coaster, it was at night time and it was hammering it down with rain. And I'll tell you what, it's a very, 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 and I'll keep saying very, 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 very different experience in the wet. The thing just spins. And I mean, spins. It doesn't want to stop. And it's, yeah, actually for the first time in an extremely long time, hand over heart saying this, it actually made me hold on. That's kind of how it made me feel that day. But yeah, no, I can't wait for Nemesis to reopen. I mean, I rode it the first year it came out when it was originally open. It is a sports golf, but it's how can I put it? The first drop, I wish it didn't have a trim brake on it, because if it didn't have a trim brake on it, the coaster would be even better. It has that kind of hang sensation, and then suddenly it kind of lets go. And it's not the chain, they do have a brake. And if they didn't have that, you'd have such a awesome first drop. But it's the free forward little bunny hills before it goes into the drop track section. And when it goes into the drop track, you then drop and then go backwards, I don't know, about 200-300 yards in a couple of helixes, which is quite cool. But imagine being a kid again. Imagine being 10, 11 years old and going on something like that for the first time. And it is such an awesome little coaster. I just wish it was twice as long, but then that's why we've got Hagrid's now, you know? The wet spinball, I tell ya, is out of this world. I couldn't believe it. I genuinely couldn't believe it. Never been Fantasia Land. Mark, welcome to the stream, buddy. Sorry I missed your comment a moment ago. But yeah, Fantasia Land, I'd love to go. I'd love to go on Taron. Is it Black Mamba? The old invert, going in and out of everything. I think that looks awesome. Kind of Nemesis on next level. I know nothing of Fly, to be honest with you. Is that Phantasialand or Europa Park? No, that is Phantasialand, isn't it? I know of Rupberg, you know, the kind of city area, steampunk fantasy style. I think it's awesome. But I don't think I've actually seen a POV of it. I think it's probably something I would have a go on. I think it'd be really good. But yeah, no, I even the rapids, not the rapids, the log flume at Phantasialand. I can't remember what it's called, Chipaz or something. I'd love to have a go on that with the double dip, a bit like Popeyes in Universal in Florida, you know. But yeah, it's like, to be honest with you, you wonder where I get all my inspiration from. It's all these places that people go to. I just, you know, like with Sean, I watch the videos and you see what he sees through his camera, and I just take note of stuff like that as well, really. Anything you can get your hands on or what you see of just transforms things, really. It does look a lot of fun. I think going in and out of buildings would be pretty cool. I think that'd look wicked. We got to do in here, guys. If we can do in here, we're then done. But yeah, next year, hopefully, get another job, sort things out, and get Merlin tickets. Mainly for Nemesis. But secondly, for Project Exodus. I think I'm not going to make that my first coaster since 2019, but it'll be up there as one of the first. But I don't want to do that one as my first coaster. I think that would scare the living bejesus out of me. But anyway, I can't wait to see that thing in real life, just to see it and people going around it. I think it'll be a beautiful experience. I think it'll be an absolutely brilliant ride, but it's that outbanked airtime turnaround. I just look at it and think, why do you have to do that? You know, kind of reminds me of what we all started doing in Planet Coaster, because people just started doing that in Planet Coaster, and now you're seeing it in real life. It's really surreal how I used to watch things like that on, you know, people that build really good coasters, and they do these little outbank sections, and I was kind of sat there and I was looking at it and I was thinking, that's different, and I'm not too sure. I don't know what the sensation would be like. But then saying that, I have kind of had it on Icon. There's a couple of little sections, Bunny Hills, where it pops you out to the left and right. I guess it's that kind of sensation, but on a much bigger scale. Yeah, I would love to have a go on Black Mamba. I think with the way that goes in and out of the paving and over and under and through and round the, is it the hotel, I think? I think that's going to be pretty awesome. New map ride straight out of No Limits. I know, and that's what I can't get my head around. You're going to feel like you're going to be chucked out of a seat at 150 feet up. I mean, it just, I don't know, there's just something about it. I just kind of like it. My brain can't compute it. That's the problem. Because being that high up, experiencing that type of thing, it would be like as if you've just been chucked out of an aeroplane without actually going out the seat, if you know what I mean. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, my favourite ever coasters are B&M inverts. I love them. I a B&M invert or something like Shikra, a more advanced drop. You know, um, what else? What else have I been on? Hulk. Hulk I like, but it makes me black out. Always has done, always will do. No matter what age I've been. Trying to remember. I just that was it. Kumba was my first ever big steel roller coaster, and the first time I ever rode that, the park was empty, and basically I got to ride it like 10 times in a row on the front row. Didn't have to get off, didn't have to unstrap. It was just unreal. And I will always still sit there and say my all-time favorite coaster is Nemesis. It just the way that coaster was built, the way the terrain is there, the way that you hug the rocks, everything like that. I think it's just amazing. Well, I think Hulk's better now that it's had a retrack. It had about a retrack about 3-4 years ago, didn't it? I think it's better than it used to be. But Kumba as a sit-down B&M, the design, the layout, the fluidness, the flow, it's just an amazing coaster. If you've ever ridden Kumba, I hope you can relate to that. It's just an amazing bit of kit, and to think that coaster now is, well, that's 30 years old nearly, I think, because that was when B&M really came on the scene, I think, with Kumba and the likes of Nemesis and stuff like that. But it's like Montu at Busch Gardens. That coaster is insane, and I can only imagine that's Black Mamba pretty much at Phantasialand. So just to have even more theming than you have on Montu, going up and down over people through bits and bobs, it's just insane. So that'd be good. I mean, I would love to go to Florida again, genuinely. I really would. But it's just, it's killer on the back pocket, guys, you know? Isn't that a cool picture with the moon? It'd be wicked if the coaster came over the top now. Here it comes. There it is. Screenshot. Thank you. Well, I hope you're enjoying the stream, guys. Anyway, it's been a good chat tonight again. Not so much building, but that's why I got some stuff done off stream. So we got that tunnel finished. So the swinging mine train's done anyway. You still there, Kayla? How you getting on? I'm just wondering, guys. Do you see this line here? Does it look like it needs something? And I do just mean something, because what I was thinking was if I can do it. I don't know if I can. Bear with me. Where were we? We were in here, weren't we? Sand. Now, I'm not sure if this will allow me to, but my thoughts were this goes around the edge, which it actually does. Could do that is is just does that separation, doesn't it? No worries, well, Mark. Catch you soon, buddy. Thanks for joining the stream, mate. Much appreciated. See if we can do it with this one as well. I think we can. We can. Kinda. So that needs to go to there. That needs to go to there. Perfect. Sorry guys, got a bit carried away there. Where are we? Castle layout's hard. Yeah, no, castle's alright. It's just like everything else, really. I just want to see if those little additions make a difference that we did earlier. Yep, they just add to it. Doesn't look so plain now. That mist looks quite cool. It kind of blocks out what's actually behind now, so you don't see that until you go through. That's cool. Here we go, guys. That all works. That all looks a little bit better now. A little trim piece going around the top. Just adds another level, and it also, with these chains and those bits there, make a big difference through here. I'm just wondering whether I should do it through here as well. It would make it look so much better. Excuse me, guys, sorry. I know it's infectious, my apologies. I think the other thing for Planet Coaster 2, get rid of grid. You don't need grid pieces. Imagine what you could do with this piece if you were able to rotate it vertically. It'd be insane. But you can't, because of the way the game runs. That's why we end up using so much Theme Maker Toolkit. feels better. I'm happy with that now. Just got enough trimming all sorted. Right. Gotta stop adding. Gotta stop adding. Oh, dearie me. Right. Are you building a Game of Thrones style? Well, the easiest thing to do with the castle, which I found, was to do all the pieces individually. So like all your walls. Because then you can kind of just build a load, you know, kind of think about the first level, second level, third level. And you'll see here that this, I think I did this side first, but I just went up in levels, basically. But everything's individual because of how, obviously, you don't want to use grid. Try not to use the grid, but only use grid with the pieces you want to create in a one-piece fixture, obviously. But everything is, you'll see here. But then what I also had to think of whilst I was building it, what I was going to do inside, and I went for a silly dome. So I made life as hard as possible for me, in respect of what I did in here, because what I couldn't do was just go willy-nilly with all the pieces, so just have 100. So if you have a look behind here, it's so here, so literally I built around the dome. You can see it even literally sinks into pieces. It's insane. So yeah, think a little ahead with it. I mean, I could have carried that dome through, to be honest with you. If I really wanted to, I could have done a little bit more, but I was trying to think of piece count more than anything when I built this. But yeah, it came out all right. But yeah, just try not to, how can I put it, build too much on the grid. Try and do it individually. As you can see, this wall, it's the same piece, so I just copied and pasted it. And then the same for all the other walls. You'll see some are bigger, some are smaller, but it all depends on how you wanted to do it, really. But the trimming, a lot of that's all on the same, because I was just going around trimming it up. But the actual base walls, yeah. And one piece of Theme Maker Toolkit that would help, David, is plaster. You have all these. Now, the only downside to them is if you click it and go black, it just goes to a grey. So the darkest you can go to is pretty much that colour. But if I'd had those when I built this, this would have probably looked very, very different. Because these are all in-game pieces. So they're all grid pieces, stucco wall pieces, etc. Mixed with the castle wall and so on. So yeah. And around the back, manipulate how you use the windows. The windows I've sunk in and maybe not at times, and just made it look a little bit different all the way around. And what do you call it? Your forced perspective. Don't forget about your forced perspective. You don't have to go as high as you think you do. Big windows at the bottom, medium in the middle, small towards the top, and it just makes it feel higher than it is, you know. And that's the same on everything I build. Same here. Not so much on this building. Oh, excuse me. How do you make the spears for the castle? Which bits? These bits? These are all castle pieces. Just type in castle, I think. And they're just loads of pieces, all mixed together. There's a normal turret. And then you just layer them up. And they come out like that, dude. This is what I always say about try and think of using pieces in very different ways. So like this, you know, we'll see this piece and we'll go, oh, that's good for, I don't know, a water fountain or something. But you'll never think to just use the rim to give it that added bit of detail. And that's what I always say about, you can look at a single piece and use it in so many different ways. You really can. But yeah, I don't have the cobblestone wall part that you have. Which bit's that? The haunted. You don't have the spooky DLC. This one. That's the only cobblestone I've used. And I haven't used any of that on the castle. Not that I'm aware of. I don't think I did. No. No, I did. Oh, I used it here. Just to trim off. Oh, crikey. I've caught the yawns, guys. My apologies. Go to building and type in haunted. And scroll down, you'll see it. Haunted house stone wall base. I'm sure it's part of the spooky pack. Content packs, spooky. Get rid of the haunted. Spooky, 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 spooky. There it is. What's there? It should be there, buddy. Very strange. Very, very strange. Should be there, mate. But hey ho, guys. We keep adding. That's really strange. What you on? You on PC or are you on console? Because it may be different on console. I don't know. It's definitely an in-game or DLC piece. It's not a theme maker toolkit. I mean, you can go on theme maker toolkit and get cobblestone. I'm sure someone's done something. This works so well. I love this here. I think. Oh. Just the way the mist is. That's what I was thinking. It should be. Very strange. Oh, that was what I wanted to do. Tidy this up. How can I tidy this up? Right, I've got to tidy this up. I really do need to do this because it's been bugging the life out of me. Now, I don't know whether just to put some very thin beams through in respect of Theme Maker Toolkit, because they're all the same level, but then you've got this monstrosity here. But that means you've got to go lower than this. Or, what we could do, actually... thinking this was. Oh, poop. Will it work? Oh, he's only gone and done it. Look at that, boys. Look at that. And then if we change that to please, please, please. We'll actually change it to... that's sorted. Oh, and it's only taken like 4 pieces. Okay, 4 pieces of theme maker toolkit, but too low now, isn't it? I cannot believe they're the only 2 spooky signs. It gives the very strange, David. I'm not too sure why. That's strange. But that kind of works. Gives the little hint of Slimer. And then as they get on the ride, they're going to think Slimer's there. Then there's nothing there, and then Slimer's there. So let's just do a sweep, guys. So there we go, guys. I think I need to put one last smiler laugh in. Oh well, simple does it. But anyway, that is the Haunted Mansion. And now that those, I just need to double check those cells look alright at night time. Which they do. And I think that's perfect. That just covers up that nasty framework. Plus it looks semi-realistic as if it is covering up that framework. So I'm well chuffed with that. Perfect. Ah, how good does that look? There you go. Sorted. Funny the things you forget about. Yeah, there we go, guys. So we are nearly pretty much blooming done, even though we keep finding things to do. No worries, Kayla. Go and see your little bubba. Don't worry, darling. It's fine. There's always tomorrow. I'll be doing something tomorrow. What that will be, I do not know. Oh yes, we didn't finish this, did we? We started it, but we didn't finish it. So let's do that. It's no rot work. See, now what I was thinking was having the supports come down on a diagonal. What do you reckon? Because they'll come down on a slight angle with that and a bigger angle on that. I think that'll look quite cool. You hate it when you're this good. Oh, you nearly lined up. They do. Perfect. Sweet. I think that kind of makes sense, doesn't it? What are these? Haunted. Hey, Dave. No worries, buddy. Did you find your cobblestone in the end? I don't know what's going on, mate. Perfect. That'll do, donkey. That'll do. Yeah, that's quite funky. Strange one, man. I honestly, that's why I was kind of like, it's there. Strange one, mate. There we go, guys. So that's that done. These are connected to these posts, so that's how that's held up. Kind of makes some sense. Up to it, they're on the pillars. It doesn't look too bad. There's a bit I wasn't happy with, which was here. There was another bit earlier, actually. Where was it? This bush. What the... There you go. I just didn't like how it was sticking into where the coast was, and now it's... Still won't let me select it. Why won't it let me select the bush? Thank you. Tell you what. So we'll deal with that. Well, I will give my honest opinion. Most definitely. Put it on there. That's what we're on there for, babe. On there for Kayla, sorry. Excuse me. Just post away. Seriously. If it weren't for people doing the same for me, I wouldn't be where I am today. Let's put it that way. Good and bad. Not good, Dave. But that is all starting to feel extremely good now. I'm happy with how that's come out. I think that works. Does the job? Does the job. So, I know I did a piece count thing last night, but I can't remember for the life of me what it was. Hold on, I'll get the link. 2 seconds, buddy. There's the Discord link, buddy. You'll join. All I ask, be nice, be courteous, and be sensible. That's all. Come on, computer. Let's go. So basically you got this was Snow Globe, Pyrolandia, Thunderland Amusement Park, and no, actually Thunderland Adventure Valley and Peace Count. And then this monstrosity. It's gonna be uh-oh. There I was thinking I'd be done by 120. Eesh, guys. Oh, this is such a shame. That's annoying. That means by the time I'm done with this and Big Thunder, we potentially... Well, it'll be under 130 for definite. Provided I don't keep adding stuff. I still haven't finished this off yet. We got that. Oh, I don't know what I'm doing there now. So guys, yeah. If... Oh, what's going on? Autosave. So what was I going to say? Yeah, if you guys are genuinely looking to make a coaster for Space Mountain, please do grab the blueprints and do your best. That's all I ask. I know Kayla's having a pop. We've had JoJ's. I think Dan was having a go. I haven't heard much from Dan. And a couple of other guys. So we're going to need it soon, guys, because we are nearly finished. Now that this is all finished. So we'll have a little ride. See if we can be a peep. Can we be a peep? There's no peeps. Typical. Any peeps? Haunted Mansion again. Let's close that. Where are you running to now? Pip shot juice. Toilet block. Gulpy. Alright, anyway, we'll just do a POV. So the coaster now is done and fully... yeah, we'll finish the stream off with a ride on Space Mountain. Do you want light on or off? That's the only thing I ask, because it's still a bit dark in there and it doesn't quite make sense because I haven't done any theming yet. So this now is completely finished, guys. There we go, guys. So, what we will do... Excuse me. Speedway on. Space Mountain. Space Mountain. Open. We'll take a nice leisurely walk. From somewhere. we'll go with these guys. Oh, typical. No one without balloons, is there? Oh, getting balloons. Getting bloody balloons. Where'd they go? Space Mariner from a kid's site. There we go. So this is the view, guys. This is the view I'm always talking about. It's a little bit low because we're a child right now. Yeah, heading our way down to Space Mountain now, guys. But no, well, thank you for joining the stream, because believe it or not, guys, we've had over 100 views over this video in the last 5 hours, and that is pretty much a record. Apart from that one time when we got 300 odd views, that was, I don't know how that happened, but anyway. I just genuinely want to put a lovely message out there and thank you all, because if it wasn't for you guys, the channel wouldn't be what it is today. So thank you very much. And like I say, I only have the membership on here and Patreon just in case you want to support the channel. There's no exclusive benefits or anything like that, apart from a little badge next to your name. But all it is purely just to support the channel going forwards. It's not an ask. It's only if you wish to support the channel, guys. All right. Once we get to the adverts, we'll be earning some money out of it anyway, which will be appreciated. But what I'm not going to do is bombard you with adverts. So basically, the way I'm going to do it is just adverts at the beginning and at the end. That is it. I'm not going to have any banners pop up in the videos. I'm not going to have every 15 minutes or every 5-minute advert break, because I don't think that's not who I am. And yes, it would help the earning potential, but it's not what I want to promote the channel as. I still kind of want to keep doing what I'm doing for you guys to enjoy. And with Monaco just around the corner, literally knocking on my brain every time I go to sleep, I'm eager to get going on that, to be honest with you. I think it's purely because we're 15 months in on this little beauty. But you'll see where I've saved on pieces. You can see on Space Mountain there, the roof is not flat. It is slightly jagged. And the uprights going up as you go around, there's normally, I think, double or triple the amount. But I you know, I didn't want it to be a 5,000 piece building in the corner, because it would have just lagged the game out. But the only thing I will ask is smash that like, guys, if that's okay. That's the only thing I ask, and that is completely free. And that's just showing your appreciation for the park and what I do for you guys. Because it's not free, so it's appreciated, guys. It's the only thing I ask. I just like the fact that I'm just naturally playing a computer game, chatting to lovely people about good topics 99% of the time, and I'm doing the game I enjoy. And giving other people inspiration to play the game. Because I remember what it was like when I first started out. You know, it's quite hair-raising, to be honest with you, when you first start out, because you don't know how to use the game. The game's a very difficult game to use when you first get it. But all I can say, and all I ever really do say to people, is just practice, 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 practice. If you think you can't do something, just keep having a go at it. You know, force perspective, the detailing, using different layers just to give it a different look. Minimalistic building as well, in respect of like this, where I'm just using pieces that have an effect on them that just give it a little bit of detail. It looks plain, but it just gives it a bit of detail. And the floor being reflective, it just shows the lights and stuff, you know? Having the sci-fi vents in the walls, just again, it's a single 4x4 piece, but it just gives it a little bit of detail. Just for the sci-fi feel, you know? And then you get some great views of the coaster, and you'll get some great views of the scenery as well once it's done. So yeah. Once a coaster has been picked. But when you have the people mover going around the top as well, it looks like there's like spaceships going around the top, which looks pretty cool. And then down to my favourite station, I think. I'm going to back out in a second and then select the ride. So you got little Johnny 5 the robot, as in Johnny 5, fixing the old satellite, and then you got Earth and the moon in the background, and I think that just looks pretty epic. It's quite a good perspective. But yeah, lighting is key in here. It just feels awesome. So right, give us 2 seconds, guys. There we go. So we need to do light on. So obviously this is all fixed up until the end of the tunnel, and then you guys have complete free will to do what you want as long as you can try and meet the brief. That's all I ask. Literally. So we'll do a quick go in with the lights off then, guys, really, and then I think we'll call it a day. But like I keep saying, guys, thank you very much for your time and your likes. It really is appreciated. Never ever envisaged the channel getting to where it is today. And that's all because of you lovely people. So genuinely, thank you for your support. Thank you for your time, more than anything. And your good conversation. I remember when I first started streaming Thunderland Adventure Valley, and it's like I had 1, maybe 2. And I remember Phantom, you introduced yourself by saying I've been watching for months. And I'd had like 1 or 2 viewers for a good 6 to 10 weeks. It was quite interesting, and then a few of you come on board like Snowy and Eden, and it was just lovely. And you guys are still here today, and that's what's really nice. Really nice. Cheers, buddy. And Dave. You can see with the people moving now, you can see the lights going around at the top just a little bit, so it adds some form of gravity or gravity, however you want to say it. There you go. There they are again. Or gravitas, should I say. That's probably the right way. Dyslexia, guys, can't help it. It's there. You gotta laugh. There's some bloody good interactions with the other carriages on that, and I can only imagine once it's themed and you got a little bit more light in there, it will start to pop. I don't know what I'm going to do theming wise, guys. I don't know if I'm just going to do it like planets and stuff like I did in Thunderland, but a little bit more detailed. I don't think I'm going to use fairy lights and bits and bobs, but yeah. Anyway, guys, like always, thank you for joining the stream. It really is appreciated. I do hope you're enjoying the park come to life now, because it really is. Even with the car park signs, I love it. It's really starting to come to life now, and I'm just hoping that we can get it done in another couple of thousand pieces, because if not, it's going to be a bit unplayable for a lot of people. But fingers crossed on that one. But guys, please do smash that like if you're enjoying the park come to life and you're enjoying your time here with me today. Thank you for all the conversation. It's been a good laugh again. Probably not as I can't say the word as it was last night, but you know, we had a good stream and we had a good little build in the end, to be honest with you, because we got loads of stuff tidied up, and that's kind of what I mean by when we do a lot of walking around, just making sure things are, you know, as they should be, just like in here. Make sure everything's trimmed up, all done, all sorted, making it all nice and neat, as Phantom always says. So yeah, dude, have a great evening. I hope you have a great sleep. Everybody, I hope you have a great morning, day, evening, sleep, wherever you are in the world, guys. I'm pretty much off the bed now. I'm zapped. So I shall catch up with you tomorrow. I think I may do some racing in the morning. And then we will basically kind of do what we've done tonight, guys, in a little bit of a similar fashion. But more than anything, tidying up, making sure things are right and looking good, everything's timing right, all the music is correct in every place and everything. You know, it's double checking everything now, because what I don't want to do is have to keep loading it up and changing things. So I really do want to make sure I'm going to ride all the rides, make sure everything's timed perfectly, like you saw with the star jump. Actually, we'll do that now. We've got to change the intervals on that to 25 to 28. Otherwise, that's going to be like that forever. So that's now done. And I think I need to do it with a lot of the others as well. 36, 20, 26, 29. There we go. So again, it's just doing all those little bits to all the rides, making sure everything's timed right, everything's working, sequences, triggers. You know, do I want to keep this kind of sign at the front here? I'm not sure. I think it looks quite cool, because that's how I'm going to place the camera when you come into the park, when you guys load it up. See, I have the little kind of homage to Planet Coaster. And then you'll come through to basically what is Thunderland Magic Kingdom. And then if anybody wants to have a look around the car park, they can. I think these signs worked out quite well. Anyway, I'm baffling on now. What was I going to say? But no, guys, seriously, thank you for your time. Thank you for your chat. Thank you for everything, guys. Seriously. And like I say, the only thing I ask is if you could give the video a quick like, that would be really appreciated. But for anybody watching back and you got this far, thank you for joining. And if you got any comments, do leave a comment in the video and I will get back to you. But no, guys, I wish you all a very good morning, evening, day, sleep, wherever you are in the world, guys. I'm signing off now. Have a lovely evening. Thank you again, guys, and I'll speak to you all soon. Bye-bye.